Hello, and welcome to the last Magical Monday Marathon Sprints since the beginning of the year. I'm Shanon, writing under the name of SC Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to provide a low-key environment to be productive, but not so low-key that it is strictly timed. This one is a little bit looser, in which we will do 1 hour long sprints, hence the marathon sprints. And then we'll come back and talk about how we did. I'm trying to find something. I can't seem to do 2 things at once usually, especially this early in the morning. And I did sleep in a little bit, so I'm still trying to wake up. And we will have a 1 hour long sprints. I usually go roughly about 6 hours, so about to 2 o'clock my time, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little over, and that is Central Time. And that's usually 4 to 6 sprints, depending on how much talking we do in between. So, the reason why I said that it is the last day, or the last Magical Monday sprints, is because summer starts next week. My kiddo his last week of school is this week. Of course, they're off today because here in the U.S. it's a holiday. So some of my sprints, I will be going out and hanging out with the kiddo and the hubby who are home today because they are off. And I will be first. I need to do some AWC admin. I had done AWC admin like Thursday and Friday because we had a few things that came up. But I did have a new person who came on to help me, and she had sent me an email to my regular email inbox because that's how we usually communicate, and I didn't see it right away. So I sent it to the AWC inbox to work on it, totally forgot about it, and I think she emailed me again. So I need to get in there and see that. Plus, I think that we never got a response from a third, for an invitation for a third judge for the panel, so I need to get another invitation out. And then I need to check in with Devin, which I think she was in the sprints, about something with the AWC. So I will be doing that. Hopefully then after that, I will move into doing some writing. I was like working on this video yesterday that is going to be for the third packet for the Fated Adventures that's going out. So I've already written up like I wrote up the outline for the video, what frames and shots I would have. I wrote the script already, and then I had already audio recorded because the video is going to have like more of a story. So right now, so far, the participants who are doing the Fated Adventures have received story through the mail. They have received story on screen, as written words on screen. And this time I wanted to do it in video format. And so I was working on that yesterday. So I already had the audio. I had all the visuals. I was just putting it all together, and my computer is, I really need to get it fixed. I need to get it looked at. But of course, it's Memorial Day here in the U.S. So today is not the day to try to call anybody because everybody's going to be closed. And it shut down. It shut down my entire computer while I was working on the video. And I figured it might happen. So there's like part of me that's itching to open that video program back up and work on the video because I was just over halfway. It's about, is it 3 minutes? 3 minutes and some seconds long, the audio is. And I just hit 2 minutes in the video when it all shut down on me. Of course, I don't know when the last time I saved, so I don't know how much of my video was saved. I know I was hitting save pretty regularly because I thought it might happen. But when it shut down last night, I was like, okay, I'm done. But there's part of me that's itching. It's like, I'm going to get back to it and finish it. But I might chance shutting me down today if I did that. So not going to do that. Probably going to do some writing. I had actually On Saturday, I spent most of that writing in my work in progress, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke, which is what I'd like to get back to. And I had several chapters I had written, but I had not gone back through and revised or done anything. And I knew there was just a little bit more I needed to add, like another chapter or two in there, because I kind of skipped. Sometimes I do that. If I don't exactly know what I'm going to do next, I know there's going to be something, but I don't know what it is. I will skip it and just write the next scene that's in my head, which is usually like the next chapter. And so then I had figured out what I was going to do in between. And so I wrote those. So I wrote a lot on Saturday. I wrote like 11,000 some words on Saturday. So I got that done in my work in progress. And now I have no more chapters in my work in progress that needs to be revised, which means I need to do some brainstorming. I'm in what they call the muddy middle or the soggy middle or the muddy middle or whatever it is you want to call it. What did I just call it the first one? I don't know what I call it the first one. There's lots of names for it. But anyways, it's the middle portion of the book that I usually don't know exactly what happens. Like I have like beats in my head, but I don't even know how he gets those beats. And I know I'm about to, it's going to be exciting. I know there's going to be exciting chapters to write. I just need to figure out what I want it to look like. So I'm going to have to do some brainstorming to figure out, okay, well, if they do this, this is what happens. I think I've got an idea. Actually, I do remember. I remember when I went to bed Saturday night that I got an idea of what I wanted to do next, of how I wanted to do the next thing. Because the next part right now, both my main characters have run. Both my main characters are part of a secret order. So Zane and Yura, they're both part of their own secret orders. He's on his own mission. She's on her own mission. They think their missions are clashing, and that's how they keep coming back into each other's orbits, but they're actually after different things. And they've actually now got to a point where he knows now what she's after. She doesn't know what he's after. And they have just been taken hostage by another order that neither one of them were really aware existed. And so, because like the orders all know sort of about the other orders. So most of them know about his order because he's part of the oldest order that was splintered off, and the other orders kind of came from it. So, but his this other order kind of aligns with Zane's season. So they've already released him. So now he has to figure out how to get her free and to escape, because the curse has just chosen her. So he can't leave without her, because then he'll die. He has to do what the curse says or he dies. So now he's like, dang, like, how do I get out of this? And they're kind of stuck underground because part of the fighting that happened caused a collapse in the cave where they were staying in the Malustra woods. And so they're inside the caves and they're about to be on the move in the tunnels. And he's got a map, but he's not sharing it, of course, because he knows he needs to get her free and escape. And at the same time, play both sides, right? Because he's like trying to make sure that she'll go with him when he gets her free, that, and he'll keep her close by because he has to do what the curse says. But at the same time, align himself with this other order and not give away that he's also part of an order, because they seem to know a lot about her and her order, which if anyone has read all of my books, they'll probably figure out what order it is in, because there's only one order that's really going to know about her order, or who would be interested enough in her order to know everything about her and her order. So, but they don't know that he's in an order. So it's lots of fun. I'm having tons of fun. I just had to write the last scene I had to write on the weekend. And I was like, how am I going to do this? Because it's a torture scene, because obviously there's interrogation methods. And I'm like, I don't want it like a torture scene like you would see like in a movie, like mafia torture scene, that kind of thing. So what can I do? And so I did some research into different types of mythical beings in history and in different mythologies. And I'm often drawn to a lot of stuff in the Japanese mythologies. And there was one that I came across that I really liked. And I can't remember, Yuki Orna or something. I don't know. It's a yokai, ice, snow. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up again if I was to know what it was. So I liked the idea of it, but it did feel like it was like a certain, like one type of person or creature, like just one. There's one of it. It's not like a whole race of creatures. I was like, I want to make a whole race. So if I make a whole race out of this. So I just dug into the Japanese language a little bit to pull out certain words. And I don't know if my words make any sense actually in the Japanese language, because I do not speak Japanese, but I made a new race that is Japanese inspired, but it means ice women. Yeah, so using frost to dig into the psyche. I thought that was really cool. It was a really cool scene that I wrote. So I liked it. So there's no like blood or guts or anything like that, but it was using frost to delve, and especially her being a fire fae, using something cold is going to be totally the opposite, right, of her nature. So yeah, it was cool seeing it, right. It ended up being yucky. Anyway, so say hello. Devin was here first. Morning, happy Memorial Day. I'm currently diving into Fated Adventures. Woohoo! Sounds great. And yeah, what are you guys working on? And Dr. B stopped in. Good morning. Currently, listen to the book. This book will bury me. This book will bury me. Listening to it. It's an interesting title. I've never heard of it before, so hopefully it's going well. Good morning. And I did drop Vanessa's link. I'm still trying to wake up. But when I logged in, she was the first one that popped up there on my screen showing that she was going. So I stopped in and said hello. I'm reading issue 2 right now. When the sprint starts, I'll get some food. Cool. I was playing around too with that because the words are going to be so little on there, Devin. And I'm like, I got to make these words bigger. And so I kind of played around with my graphics design program. I did that yesterday. And I printed another issue 2 to see if I got it any bigger. I'm looking at it right now. What is this printed on? I don't think this is printed on a new sheet. Anyways, I didn't do any better. So I did something else and I have not printed it yet. I worked on issue 3 and changing things around to see if I can make any, because I'd already finished issue 3, but I'm like, I'm trying to make this bigger on the page and I haven't printed it yet. So we'll see. But I don't want to do that this morning because I don't want to chance my computer shutting down. Hooray for the week of school. Yes. It's going to be good. The kiddo will be home. So things will be, and I didn't talk about what my new schedule will be. I mean, you guys could probably see it, but I'm not going to have the 3 days of 45-minute Pomodoros and 5-minute breaks, the strictly timed. That will still happen. That's going to be Mondays and Wednesdays because I have to get off the computer in time to get my kiddo over to therapy on Mondays and Wednesdays. So those will be my Pomodoro days. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm calling it focus flow days. And I'll explain it again when we get there. But it's going to be a little bit like what we're doing on Mondays, but not quite. So I'm already talking like a whole lot, right? Because I have open time. I can talk forever. We all can when we talk about our books, right? We can talk a lot about our own books and our stories. So I'm going to do it where it is like, it's half like kind of strictly timed and half not. So I'm going to start it off where it's strictly 5 minutes of opening hellos, 1 hour long sprint, followed by another strict 5 minutes of how we did catch up, and then another hour long sprint, and then an open time to like talk and catch up as much as we want before we head into another 2 hour long focus time, basically of it's the strictly 5 minutes in between. And I think that will work for me because I will talk too much and not get enough work done. So, which is the whole point of me. I like doing the Pomodoro sprints, like the strictly time, because it does make sure I'm staying focused and I'm getting work done. And not that Monday doesn't always work that way, but there are some Mondays I've had where I've done more talking than work. So that will be the new summer schedule until school starts up and we find out how that's going to be set up next year. But I will have more time back as far as like not having to run around anywhere, because the school will take him from the school to his therapy versus me having to stop and go get him and take him to therapy, which is what I had to do for several years until we got signed up here in Florida, where we, because he is, he's neurodivergent, we were able to get set up where the school could take him straight from school to therapy. It was paperwork that we had to fill it out every year, but yeah. Hello, Melve. Good morning at work, but having trouble finding my cruising speed. Hopefully the sprints will help. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm probably not helping with me talking too much. Hopefully we'll be there. No, computer shut down. Yeah, it keeps shutting down on me. And I'm like, when do I have time? I do have another tower that I can use, but I'm like, I've got to time this just right. And I don't know, like if I call the computer, and I have a computer place, I just haven't called them because I do have another tower. But the whole reason why I got a new computer is because my previous computer was really, really slow when it came to editing stuff. And it didn't do very well for live streams, which we're about to have some live streams for the Off-Tube Writing Conference in almost a month, right? Almost exactly a month. So I'm like, okay, I need to kind of wait until after that, which means I have to deal with a sucky like editing. And I thought it was my editing program because my editing program is free, but they no longer support it. And I thought it was that, but I started using other editing programs that have the same issues. It's something wrong with my computer. So, yeah. Miss Belinda, Ben, I hope all is well. Good morning. I haven't caught up with you in a while. I haven't caught up with a few people. I don't know if you guys know R.C. Scott. He was an author tuber for a little while, was really getting into the swing of things on author tube, starting to do some sprints and whatnot. And he's a horror writer, but it's kind of, he does kind of genre bend a little bit. He's the one I've talked about, but I never said his name, I don't think. When I talked about how I dream what I read, and that's why I can't read horror. And the last horror thing I read was actually his debut, which he had like novellas, I guess, basically was his books. And his debut novella, because it was short, was about two serial killers, a male and a female, who targeted their kills. And it was usually they killed them as part of a sexual act. And in this case, they targeted each other. And so they were killing each other during the sexual act and falling in love and die by the end. It was a really interesting story. I don't read a whole lot of horror, so I don't know if that's like the normal vein of things. But that night I dreamt that I was a balding middle-aged white man. I was a serial killer and I was having the time of my life. I was having a lot of fun. And I was like, oh gosh, nope, that should have been a nightmare and not a dream. I was like, this is why I don't read horror. But anyways, he reached out to me yesterday because we actually shared phone numbers a long time ago, a couple years ago now. Hey, how's it going? I was like, hey. So I was catching up with him yesterday because he doesn't come on AuthorTube anymore. I don't exactly remember what happened, but he just left. But yeah. And I was like, oh, seeing people I haven't talked to in a while. So I hope all is good, Ben. Get on a tangent here. Hey, Joanne, how's it going? Good morning, everyone, she says. Are you working on anything? Hello, says Devin to Joanne. No worries. It actually helps having a distraction. Okay, good. So I'm glad it's not too bad. So, all right. I think I got through the comments and I don't know where I'm going. Oh, yeah. I'm looking at my YouTube side because sometimes StreamYard doesn't show me any more comments. And there might be comments on the YouTube. I want to say StreamYard, the YouTube side. All right. Got to the last one. Let me add the first sprint. 1 hour on the clock. Oh, that took up the whole thing. There we go. I need to wake up, get this coffee in me. Yep. Looking forward to writing about my satires. Wait, I said that wrong, did I? Satyrs. Satires is a different word. Satyrs. That's so cool. I know I've seen a couple of your videos came out. I'm watching videos. I'm just not able to comment all the time. I should just put something generic so you know that I watched it. And I was one of the ones who hit your like button. And I watched some of Rachel's stuff yesterday. Rachel Stumbling Bears, RK Stumbling Bear. She's a booktuber. But she also is a writer and she's been a beta reader I think since my first book. Nope, second book. First book I wasn't on YouTube yet, so it couldn't have been the first book. Yeah, she's been a beta reader, which I'm always surprised that she wants to be a beta reader for me because she likes sci-fi. And I don't write sci-fi. I write fantasy. She does read fantasy too, but she does a lot of stuff with sci-fi. So, but yeah. So I was watching some of her videos yesterday. I was like, I should say something. I don't know what to say. But yeah, there it is. I'll keep on talking. Oh, my Riel's Mystery Man is wow. Yeah. You know, each one is like fun to write. Like Riel's, I like Riel's love story and her love story. Everything's kind of, it's more charged romantically than the other storylines. The other storylines definitely have their romance too, but it's definitely more charged. And I'm like, when I was writing up the 4th month, because I started writing out I have everything outlined, but I don't have it all written. And I was starting to write out some of the stuff for the 4th month. And I was writing hers, and I was like, dang, this doesn't feel like an actual love story. It needs to have some love in here. So I was like, I need to go back and do a few things. So I'm going to add something to month 3, even though it's done already. Because I was like, I need to show this as like a romantic arc of like falling in love, not just what it is. So, but yeah, I don't know. I got distracted there. Let me go ahead and get the first sprint started. And maybe my brain will start coming online to be focused. 60 minutes on the clock. I'll see everyone on the other side. One. Well, didn't do the countdown. There it is. And that is time. How did you do? Yeah, I started off going to my website and working on a. Oops, sorry, kitty. Sorry, didn't realize my kitty was at my feet, and I moved my feet out. He's okay. Yeah, my pretty kitty. Okay. Yes. So I went to my website and worked on a few things with the Faded Adventures. I was like, oh, I could do a couple of things in here, especially since there was something I had set up with like this password box, but I couldn't get the text inside, and I'm coding all this myself. So I couldn't get the text inside the box to be the color I want it to be. It's a lighter shade of purple. And it was black. And I was like, why are you black? Why? And it wasn't centered. I'm like, why? And I went through my code line by line by line by line. I was like, I can't figure this out. And I changed a few things. Nothing changed. So took my whole code, went to ChatGPT to get it to work, and it was going really, really slow. And for a minute there, my computer froze up, and I thought I was going to lose the stream again. And I thought, okay, nope, close out ChatGPT. So then I went over to Google AI Studio, which is actually better for coding. And I plugged it in there and didn't have any issues. It didn't slow my computer down. And it did what I wanted, sort of. It made all my text centered on the page. I'm like, no, just the password box. The placeholder text is just centered. It did change the color. So I had to work with the code a few times, figure out the lines. And I did finally, I was like, okay, I'm not going to chance this anymore. I'm just going to fix it. I was able to fix it. The page now looks right on my website. I was like, I could do so many other things. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to chance my computer shutting down. So I shut out. It's like, I was supposed to do AWC stuff anyways. So I got in there. And so I think about halfway through, got into the inbox, started going through, got a few things figured out with different parts. Wait, I was supposed to get, I think I got a response text. Did I? Yes, I did. Yep, it's off to. Okay, so I was just reading the text. I texted somebody for some information for the AWC, and he just got back to me, so I need to address that. So I got through the couple of things I knew I needed to get done, and then started attacking the inbox, because this is we're hitting into a busy time now with the inbox for the AWC, the AuthorTube Writing Conference. For those who may not know, it's coming up at the end of June, right about a month out. It's June 27th through the 29th, a free conference online through YouTube. It's essentially a major collaboration of lots of channels coming together, reading and writing. Nope, not reading, writing, publishing, writing and publishing. So all things writing and publishing. So some of the presentations are writing related, some are publishing related. And whatnot. And we try to be inclusive to include all types of publishing, but on YouTube, there just isn't a lot of traditional publishers or people who work on the traditional side. I try to reach out to them as much as possible to get them part of the conference, so we can show that inclusivity and try to have something for everybody. But that sometimes it's hard because they don't always respond. But anyways, yeah. So lots of people have started submitting their links for their live stream. And you think it would be easy to just like, oh, they gave me their link, done deal. No, there's a lot I have to do. So before I can even accept the link and put it anywhere, which I have to put it in a couple different places, I need to check, does their thumbnail have the AuthorTube Writing Conference logo on it? And these are all things that are part of a checklist that are in a speaker packet that I sent out to them, which was sent out to them last week. So all they do is just go through and check, make sure it's all there, right? I'd say about 50% of the people missed something. So I had to check for the AuthorTube Writing Conference logo on the thumbnail. Then I need to check if they've got the approved description in their description box, because sometimes they don't. Sometimes their description box is empty. Sometimes it has something else, and they're able to add whatever else they want to their description box. They just have to have two things. They have to have the approved description, which they can expand on, because we keep ours short for the website. And then they have to have 3 links. That's the second thing. I know it's 3 things, but it's really just the second thing I'm looking for. And all 3 links need to work. And then the last thing I check is, did they schedule their live stream for the right day and time? And yeah, that one gets messed up probably the most. People will schedule their live streams, and I think it's because, it's a time difference. I'm looking at my schedule in my spreadsheet, which is Eastern. And of course, I'm Central. So I have to really pay attention that what the time shows me on YouTube is going to be different than the time that's on the conference spreadsheet, which I use then to go fill out everything. And a lot of times they will have it wrong. So sometimes they have the right time, but the wrong day, or they have the right day, but the wrong time. So I check all these things. So I've already started going through the emails, and I've already had to respond and say, you're missing this, or you don't have that, or this is broken. Like one of them had a broken link for the giveaway form. the feedback form, sorry. That's for the giveaways, but it's a feedback form. So I had to respond, hey, can you fix this for me? It's broken. And please let me know when you finish fixing it, because I probably will not remember to go back and check it again, because these things are going to be rolling in. So I just got to the next email where everything looks like it's right. So I was just about to email the speaker and let them know that good to go. You're added to the playlist, and we'll get you updated on the website and everywhere else that the link is supposed to be. I haven't put it on the website yet. So usually I link, if you go to our website for the Author Tube Writing Conference and go to the schedule page, you'll see people's, all the speakers' names. And to the left is a YouTube button. And right now the YouTube button, I think should, if I did it right, because it's just me doing the website this year. If I did it right, all those YouTube buttons will link to the playlist right now, until I get a link that works, that has all the right information. So now that I have the right information, after I send this speaker the email, then I need to go onto the website and link the button next to their name to their actual presentation. I did already get it added to the playlist. So yes, making my way through all the emails. I think I'm almost done. And then I need to go ahead and set up the live streams for the Author Tube Writing Conference that we hold, which is the opening and closing session and the 2 happy hours and the first page critique panel. I might wait on the first page critique panel because we are still waiting on a third judge to round it out. So yeah. Okay. That's what I did. What did you do? Let's go over and check with you guys. Left off here with, Devin's like, oh, my Riel's mystery man is a wow. For those who may not know what she's talking about, Riel is one of 4 characters that my participants who signed up for the Fated Adventures story mail get to choose from. So there's 4 different stories I'm writing, but these are all like 4 friends, and they're all looking for their missing friend. So it's a mystery, but it's in an epic fantasy setting. And there's a romance arc with all of them. They all have their own trope. So, and yeah, I've really enjoyed writing. I've enjoyed writing all of them. At first, I thought probably my least favorite was Garnexus, but right now in month 4, because I'm working on month 4, which month 2 just went out to my participants a couple weeks ago, and we're getting ready. I'm getting ready to send out month 3 very, very soon. Actually, I want to get some of them out the door this week if I can, to those who are not in the U.S. because they get their packet later. But that's not gonna be a today thing. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Riel's mystery man. I really do like writing all of them, but I do like Garnexus now. I like some of what's happening in her storyline, but no one has chosen Garnexus. She's my only character that none of my participants have chosen. All the other of the 4 characters, the other 3, there's at least one person. There's one person who's Ardorian, which is Rita, actually, here on YouTube. And I've got a couple who've got Shara. And then everybody else is Riel. So I don't know what about her drew people's attention, but there's something about her that most of my participants chose to follow her storyline, which is interesting. Riel's story has me hooked. I love the library too, and how all the pieces are showing up. Yay. I'm having trouble on the coding on that. When I went to my website to fix the coding on that one page, I did stop in the library, just look it over, because the one page where I was trying to fix the coding is like something linked from the library goes to that page eventually that I was trying to fix. So it's just, I just check things every now and then. And on the back end, when I was hovering over the different parts of the library, things weren't showing up where they were supposed to show up, the hot spots. And I thought, what's going on? Did I mess something up by mistake? I don't remember messing with this code. And so then I went to the actual website and it looked like it worked fine. But with that said, I have mentioned how I can't figure out the coding, how to get it to work for the cell phone. And that's why I put a note in the second packet saying not to rely on mobile devices to visit the library with, because I couldn't get the hotspots to even show up. Now I have an Android, and I was talking with, I'm part of FARO, Fantasy Romance, a writing group of fantasy romance authors. And one of them, she's got a separate Discord group where they work on, what do you call those? They do shared things. They write books with like shared themes or shared titles or shared whatever they do. So she create this group from Faro, and I'm in there. I haven't done any of that because I don't have time. But I kind of just hang out and see what she's doing. And she wants to do, and we also do group promotions too of our published works. And she wants to do a group promotion in which she's gamifying it for the readers. And I'm like, oh, this would be fun. So I had shared my, the library with her to show her like some ideas I was thinking of. And I told her, I said, hey, make sure you check this on a computer and not on your phone. She's like, oh. And I said, yeah, I can't get the code to work. And I think she's actually does something with code in her normal job. Because she was asking about the framework. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, because I taught myself. So I don't know any of the actual words, but I guess framework is like, I guess the coding framework. But anyways, she's like, oh no, this worked on my phone just fine. And I was like, I can't get it to work on my phone. I checked, it still didn't work on my phone. She's like, well, I have an iPhone. Maybe that makes a difference. Like, oh, didn't realize there would be a difference between iPhone and Android, because I have an Android. So there you go. If you have an iPhone and you're doing the Faded Adventure Story Mail, then the library probably works for you. I don't know if the hotspots are in the same place or not. I'm still trying to figure that out. I need a way to anchor it to the actual spot on the page versus the grid coordinates, because the grid coordinates can change as the image resizes, based on whatever device you're using. And that's the part I'm having trouble coding. And this is where my lack of knowledge is not helping me. So I need to learn a little bit more to make it work. There he is. Good morning, Jocelyn. How's it going? Are you working on anything? Well, it's a Monday. LOL. Locked myself out of one of many programs I need to use. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Forgot I changed password Friday. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's good to change password. But gosh, I used to, I was in the military, and I also worked for them for a couple of years after I got out as a civilian. Because I went and got my degree and my bachelor's in psychology and was going to go on to a PhD or master's at the minimum. And we ended up getting, my husband was still in the military. We got orders to Hawaii, and I didn't apply to any colleges there. So then I just looked for a job, and I worked for the Marine Corps as a civilian, but doing my same job. But every 90 days, like clockwork, you had to change your password, and it had to have like all these things part of it. And I was like, gosh, I can never remember this. Like, you're not supposed to write it down. And being admin, I know this. And I also worked in a secret clearance facility. So, or secret, what's the secret, whatever it is. SSI, whatever. I worked in a secure building. So I knew that I wasn't supposed to write it down, even though the building was secure, because you don't ever know what's going to happen. But it's like every 90 days, you got to change this freaking thing. And it can't have anything that's nothing. It can't be anything that's like similar to what you just used. So you can't like just change a couple things. You have to like change, I don't remember what the percentage is, but you have to change enough of it that it's different from the previous one. But yeah, I don't know how I got on that. Hopefully you got in there. Fingers crossed. Good morning, Dharma. How's it going? Good morning, peeps. I'm revising the murky middle. That's where I'm at in my work in progress, which I'm hoping to get to after this hopefully on this next sprint, I'll finish up everything Author 2 Writing Conference related. And then the next sprint after that, get into writing mine. And I'm in the murky middle, muddy middle. There's lots of names for it. Soggy. I don't remember. But yeah, excuse me. I'm revising the murky middle of my sapphic witchy thriller set in small Arizona town of Wickenburg. Sounds interesting. I like the idea of the witchy. I don't know about thriller. I don't know if I could write a thriller. I think that would be interesting or fun to try. Like I need more on my plate. But yeah, it can be almost horror-esque. I know it's two different genres, but depending on what you do, right, you can kind of cross over a little bit there. But that sounds really cool. Morgan, how's it going? Good morning. Good morning, Angela. How's it going? I hope all is well. Are you guys working on anything? Getting work done early. Been a while since I was at this desk this early. And oh no, Melve. It's a soda morning. I need a second cup of coffee morning. I'm probably going to do that at the beginning of the next sprint. I woke up just in time to really get online. I really was getting into my writing this weekend. And there's like a point when I really get into my writing, I can't get my brain to kind of shut off. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm in bed, but I'm still thinking about it. So yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep this weekend, but that was a writing issue thing. But what kind of soda do you drink? Just curious. I used to teach college English and literature, and the best way to get students to kind of like relax, especially like on the first day of class, is to make a joke, right? And if you're self-deprecating, especially if you've got flaws, it's good to show that, which I've got lots of flaws, but they're not always evident until they see it. So I would just tell them up front, well, if you see me trip, it's normal. I trip all the time. Which I do. I didn't realize then. It was not until a couple years into teaching that I found out that that I have depth perception issues, and that's probably why I trip all the time. That's why I fell down a mountain. So, and it's something that's with my eyes, that's genetic, and you can't fix it, and it's going to get worse with age. So it is what it is. But so I'd make that joke. They'd always laugh, and then the next joke I'd make was that that was a Coke addict. And I'm like, Coca-Cola. I don't remember how I said it now, but they'd always laugh. But yeah, not like Coke, like drugs, but Coke. Because I used to drink Cokes all the time, especially when I was teaching, because I was traveling between campuses. My husband was gone most of the time in the military. Our youngest son at the time, and it was while I was teaching that we found out that he was autistic, and I had to run him to meetings. And then I had a teenager who was having a cow because dad was not home as much, but he didn't realize that he was having lots of, emotions with that. And that took like a good year of just working with him. And yeah, and we lived in the biggest house we ever owned, which I don't ever want to live in a big house like that. It was like 3,000 square feet with 3 floors. And I was like, I'm done. I closed the third floor, the bottom floor. I was like, we're closing this. Nobody use anything. No, don't use the bathroom. Don't go down there for anything. Nothing. Because I was tired of cleaning all this house. So I was just living on caffeine at that time. Lots of Coke. You code? You are my hero. I try. I can get some things look good. I'm still very, very just like I taught myself, like it was over 10 years, 2013. Yeah, 2013 is when I first taught myself some coding, because I ran my own business as a writing coach and I thought I could do my own website. Like I'm pretty good at drawing and graphics and stuff like that. So I drew my own logo and all that good stuff. But I could never get the website to look exactly like how it was in my mind. So I did end up hiring a company, and it was a beautiful website. It's not active anymore because I don't work as a writing coach anymore. But so when I got my author website, I hired a company to do one page of my website, and then I reverse engineered it, and I have been learning some tricks. And now with AI, if you can't get it to work, especially when you have 400 lines of code, you could plug in AI and be like, okay, this part is not working. Like today was me plugging in saying, hey, the placeholder text in the password box is not centering and it's the wrong color. And here's the color code that I want. Can you help me figure out why it's not working? So yeah, so frustrating. Well, I planned to write, but I ended up crafting some things for my two-door style interior shed. It's almost done, but I did think about writing while doing that. Sometimes you have to let your brain like think through things. They say that you have to have downtime. And this is like, and I say they as if I know who they are. It was a research paper I read not even 2 weeks ago, but now I can't remember where I read it. I still like to read lots of research, even though I didn't continue on in psychology with my degree. I still read lots of research, especially when it comes to psychology and the brain and how we work and things like that. So anyways, you have to have downtime in order for your brain to work through some creativity. And you can actually find more creativity by doing that, which I don't give myself a lot of downtime. So I realized this is something I need to do for myself. So, are you going to do some more pictures or whatnot for your style, your interior style, two-door style interior shed when it's done? I'd love to see it. Sometimes we need to let the brain work. Yep. Had a bit of breakfast and I'm reading through my notes from yesterday. So you're going to sit down and get some writing in? That'll be awesome. Hi, Andy. How's it going? Hi, Jocelyn. I'm trying to finish a scene today. It's been a struggle. Oh, what kind of scene is it? I mean, I don't know if you want to share, but if you want to, please feel free. Not yet. Oh, okay. Still waiting on IT. So ask a colleague for help in doing other tasks in the meantime. Well, at least you're able to stay productive, even though it's not probably what you're like, I need to get this thing done over here. I know that feeling. I've been there. I'm working on the crossword puzzle. Yay. I actually had to, I printed it off. I always print off the news sheets. And she's talking about the crossword puzzle that's on the news sheet. So I have like a newspaper style insert, I guess, that's part of the packet that I send out to the Faded Adventures story mail. And I always try to have like something on there. So like the first one, there was a riddle, which the answer for the riddle was part of unlocking something in the mystery. But on the back of that one, there was a word search. And that one was just for fun. It didn't do anything. But the second packet, the news sheet, had a crossword puzzle on the back. And some of the blocks are highlighted in blue. And so those letters, when you scramble them in the right order, give you a password to actually a part of the library. So you go into the library, one of the areas, one of the hotspots you click on that you need a password for, you put it in there and you get access to something else. So yeah, it's fun. The next one is, and I haven't printed it yet, so I don't know how it's going to look, and I'm hoping it turns out. I might have to do something different if it doesn't turn out. The next one is find the differences. So it's two pictures, and one has differences, right? It's two exact same pictures, but one has some slight variations, and so you have to figure out how many differences there are. And then I put in the wording below it, I said what you're supposed to do with that number, and that number will lead you basically to a word that is half of a password for something else that will unlock in the library, but that's for packet 3. So excited for that. Morgan says I'm working on my full-time job right now. Yep, downtime is very important and very necessary. I need more of it, Jess. I stay busy. I did take a little bit of downtime. I was there's quite a bit that was going on last week with the AWC, and a couple things that happened that I wasn't completely anticipating. Good stuff, but it took a lot of energy out of me. And so, like, I think it was Friday night. Yeah, Friday night, I just like sat on my bed thinking I was going to do something in my laptop. I had it open, and I just watched the television, which I don't do very often. I think that's the 4th time I've sat down and watched television in the last 8 months, since October. Is that 8 months? October 3. Yeah, that's 8 months. Yeah, 8 months. I've only sat down and watched TV like 4 times. So, yeah, but I just like I needed it or something. Probably why I was so productive writing on Saturday. I got like just over 11,000 words. I think after when I come to a stopping point, add some details. Okay, cool. Or, video so you can put up on your channel. So I think I got through all the comments. Let's go ahead and get set up for the next sprint. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we're going to do another 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on the sprint. How did you do? I got my second cup of coffee, attacked all the AWC stuff. I thought I might make the live streams for all the other events, but I think I'm going to do something slightly different this year. I try something slightly different with the thumbnails every year just to see what tends to work, what draws people's attention. So I'm going to do something, but I have to wait until I know who's going to be coming to every event on screen before I can finish up what I'm doing. But I did set up all the thumbnails, the basic stuff, date and time and whatnot. So that's all done. I had just closed out and then opened my folder for my work in progress, was getting ready to click on my draft, and then I heard the tinkle. So I was like, oh, that's like perfect timing. So I'll be able to start working on my work in progress, I think, next. I think I just got another text message back. Okay, yep, I don't think I need to say anything, though. Oh. I got a reply to one of my emails. So back to AWC things right at the beginning of the next sprint, but it'll be a quick email. Just locked in the third panel member for the first page critique panel. So a first page critique session, whatever it's called. Wait, I do call it panel, don't I? First page critique panel session. Yeah, so I just locked in the third member, which is cool. So now we've got all three of those. I could actually get that one put together, but I think we're going to reveal the panel members during a live stream on Devin's channel next week as part of an AWC update announcement, because we do have a few things to update. Yeah, there's that. How did you guys do? Left off here with Benson. I think after when I come to a stopping point, add some details, I'll take some pics. And he is talking about his shed, which he is setting up. He's very good at creating things. And actually, for the very first AuthorTube Writing Conference, he created and he's good at making things. He created bookends. I have a picture of it. So I took a picture of it to use as part of our giveaway feature. And so that was the first AuthorTube Writing Conference. We had that to give away. I can't remember what it was now. I remember there was like grass and something, a person. I have a picture of it somewhere. Yeah. But yes, it was, let's see if I can find it. Where am I? That's a video. Bet you I could find it really quick too. What was our first one? First conference was 2022 AWC giveaways. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna put this. This is a screenshot of all not all of them, because we had two screenshots, but this is half of the giveaways that we have, and the one that he offered is the one that's in the upper right hand corner there. Now he built that as a bookend, so you could use that, to hold books, which was really, really cool. So yeah, that was from the first year, AWC 2022, and now we're doing it 2025. It's 4 years worth, but yeah. And let's go back to comments. KDP changed their royalty structure. Make sure you guys are update the prices or not. For anyone who was in my chat last week, I did talk about this because I had gotten the email. I think it was on Monday. Yeah, Monday. I mentioned it in the live stream that they changed the royalty prices for paperbacks and hardbacks. Anything that's print, they're changing it if you sell for less than $9.99. That's the U.S. side. I don't know what it looks like if you're not U.S. But yeah, and book the like button. I believe Andy was also dropping that because, hold on, I think he just did, he just did a video on it. Can I go to it? Okay. Yeah, it's June 10th, which I mentioned. Share copy. Why is it doing this? My thing is acting weird. Okay, Andy's video. Dale also talked about this in his live stream last Monday. He always does all the updates, and publishing, self-publishing Monday nights. So you probably got the same email I got saying that they were going to raise their prices on that. I do have a couple of books that are under $9.99. They're journals that I did in 2022. I wanted to be able to publish something and understand the publishing process before I actually published my debut novel. So I was ready to go with my debut novel before I came onto YouTube, but I was trying to write the whole series before publishing any of it. So I went ahead and did a few journals and published those on Amazon just to see the process. And so I think I got like 3 journals up there. I sell a copy like every now and then, which is kind of cool. But basically, we're going to be losing. So the money that I've made for my journals in the past will be much less because they're under $9.99. But yeah, that is give enough boop the like button. Give it a nice warm hug. I appreciate that. Thank you, Andy. Ben had to run out. See you guys all later. Have fun. The dev says, I guess we're going to the beach. Bye all. So lots of people left out. I'm here by myself because Jocelyn also stepped away. I might be here alone. Hello. Well, I hope you guys all have a great day, though. Really, truly. So, Deshley says, hi, all. Trying my hand at making pancakes. I'll be lurking for the meantime. Well, I appreciate the lurk. Hopefully your pancakes come out. I like pancakes. Martin, I'm not here by myself. Hello, Martin. I don't know if you're still here, but just got chapter 8, Pollster Sky narrated, and now I'm looking over my line edits for book 2. Have you finished book 2? Wait, did you tell me you finished book 2? I remember you told me you finished the outline. Maybe you did tell me you finished book 2. I can't keep track of stuff. And I know, I'm sorry, my mind has been really, really super busy. I know we usually talk more, and I haven't been as responsive. I've tried because just things have been really, really busy. I'm hoping once the conference is done, it'll be a good mind break. I am going to take 2 weeks off. I decided I'm taking 2 weeks off after the conference. There's 1 week I'm going to be gone because my kiddo got nominated for this STEM camp. And it's the one he chose, between myself and him, because they're kind of in different colleges around everywhere. And I thought about going to Vanderbilt University in Tennessee because I've been there before. And but that's actually further away than the one in Georgia. So it's going to the one in Georgia, and that's a different time period. Where's Georgia? Emory University. I've never been there. But it's only like a 4-hour, 51-minute drive. And it's a camp where you can stay overnight, but he's not done that before, and I don't think he's really ready for it. Not when I have to say like 10 times, go wash your face and brush your teeth. Go wash your face and go brush your teeth. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Go brush your face and wash your teeth. I try to switch it up so that he can remember. He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember personal hygiene stuff. So yeah. So I'm going to stay in a hotel room nearby and have him stay with me overnight. So it's going to be more like a day camp for him. But yeah. But it'll be fun. So take a 2 weeks off. That 1 week, and then I'll take another week off in July, and then hopefully come back and have lots of energy to communicate more. I know, what's the last thing we were talking about? Oh, social media. And I have done the same thing, Martin. I wanted to say that. I don't know if you're still here. But Martin had mentioned a few things that he had been doing with social media. And I've actually used the AI to help me come up with like copy to put like in social media posts and even in ads and stuff. But I haven't used any of it. Not a single thing. I even come up with ideas for images and videos, and I haven't done any of it. I don't know. There's something about me and social media. There's a disconnect there. It doesn't want to connect. I don't like social media. I have to like force myself to stay on social media to see what's going on with people. But I look at it and it's just like, this is too much. I don't want this. I don't want to do this. And it's so funny because in 1 week, I'll hear about how you really don't need social media to sell books as an author. This is what you need to do instead. And then the next week I'll hear you really need to do social media as an author. That's the only way you're going to keep getting visibility of your books. And I swear this is exactly what it's been for like the last 6 weeks. Exactly. 1 week it's one person saying something. The next week it's another person saying something. The next week it's a different person saying something. And each of these people have their own credibility in that they have sold books, more books than I've sold. So I look at them and I'm like, okay, I like that. I like it when they say you don't need social media to sell, but I don't really sell a whole lot. So I do wonder if I did more social media, if I would sell more. And I won't be able to figure that experiment out unless I actually start doing social media, which I don't really have time for anyways. But yeah, still no access though my request is now in progress. Well, it's getting there. I'm sorry. I know that has to suck. Hopefully you're able to get some other things done. There's Andy's video about the price changes. I have finished book 2. Okay. After I said I don't think or I was asking if you had finished it, I was like, I think you did tell me you finished it. You're on to book 3, figuring out book 3. I went backward in my head. How many books do you think the series is going to be, by the way? And if anyone doesn't know Martin writes sci-fi, and the current series he's talking about is it sci-fi opera? I haven't read any of it. Pulsar Sky, but he is in a writing duo with Malcolm Bradley. I was like, what is this the rest of his name? With Malcolm Bradley. And so they write sci-fi opera. They're on their 6th book now, I think. And then Martin has recently started his own series. And book 1, Pulsar Sky, which you're welcome to drop a link, Martin, is on Royal Road. Do I have the right place? It's on a place where you put up chapters every now and then. What do they call it? Like a subscription platform, but it's for free. What is the name of that? What Kindavella was? That was, oh gosh, words are escaping me today. Social media does something, but not lots. This is military sci-fi. Okay, I couldn't remember what you told me, but I knew it wasn't quite the same. You haven't read both? I haven't read Pulsar Sky. No, Royal Road. I was right. Okay. Hey, it says space opera there. It doesn't say military sci-fi. So is it both then? Is it military sci-fi and space opera? I do think they're kind of different, but I don't write sci-fi, so you're more of an expert than I am. But like I have a certain idea of when I'm going into reading sci-fi, if it's a space opera versus a military sci-fi. Although space opera often has a bunch of military stuff as part of it. But military sci-fi doesn't necessarily have to be space opera. Right? Because we read Michael Laron's book. That was considered military sci-fi. And I do think it was mostly military sci-fi, not really space opera. It was supposed to be military sci-fi. Then another character barged her way into the book with a more space opera plot. I see. Yes, our characters can mess with us like that. For sure. Alrighty. That is the last comment. It's quite quiet today. I think last Monday was like, there's a ton of people here. Oh, well, yes, that's right. It's a holiday. I forget. I'm not really big on holidays. I know I mentioned it last week. As my husband is going to go visit family for July 4th because they're having a reunion, which they haven't done in like, I think the whole time I've been married to him. So he wants to go, but we have animals. We have a dog now and cats. And it, costs money to put them up somewhere. And then I'm not really ready to leave at that point because July 4th weekend, that's right after the conference. And I'll probably still be doing emails with the giveaway program. So I was like, you go, I'll stay behind. He was like, that means we won't be together for July 4th. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm okay with that. I'm not really big into holidays. So, even my birthday. So yeah, I don't know where I got on that tangent. Mark this for the next time. We're going to get going. This will be the 3rd sprint. I don't know how many we're doing today, but we'll be going at least another 2 sprints at least, I think. 11, 12, 20. Yeah, at least 2 more. Might possibly do a 3rd one, but not sure yet. For anyone who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I did have a little bit more with the AWC stuff in the beginning there. And then I got over to brainstorming my next chapter. And I think I came up with what I wanted to do. The brainstorming came, 2,227 words. And hopefully I will be able to start writing the chapter on the next one. So it's 12-1. Yeah, we'll have at least one more, maybe two more sprints. There's not seems to be too many people here, but I'm getting some work done. So there we go. Left off here with Martin said it was supposed to be military sci-fi, talking about his series that he's writing on his own. And then another character barged in and make it into a space opera plot. And then, I don't know if I'm going to say it right, Cogni? Okay. I think you showed me once how to say it. Well, welcome back. Hi. Hope all is going well for you. Are you working on anything today? And I think that's it. There's no other comments. It's a really quiet Monday. And I think it's because it's a holiday. That's okay. I'm still getting work done. I like that I'm getting back into my story. I'm ready to write some more. Got some more notifications. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't have any more AWC stuff to do at the moment. There's always stuff to do at any point, but I'm going to hold off. I have more emails I need to send out, but I need to hold off until after one of my co-chairs has emails to send out. No one send out stuff on the same day because the likelihood of people seeing both emails and take action on both decreases. So going to wait before I send out the next emails, and then I can work on other stuff for the AWC. But we've had a lot of people, a lot of speakers dropping out here and there for different reasons. Life happens. And that's mostly what it is that life is happening for some of the speakers. So I don't want to put work into doing some of these things and then end up not having done so much work when people fall out. So I'm trying to hold off a little bit on things before doing anything else. So yeah, writing. I really, really want to get in there and do more with my video editing, a video that's going to be part of my Fated Adventures for the third packet. That's going to go up before I send out the third packet. When I send the third packet out, I send it out at the beginning of the next month. I technically have like a couple more days left to get everything fixed that's online, the interactive portion as part of the Fated Adventures. But I want to try and do it beforehand because I just feel better about having it done. So, yeah. All right, I don't see any other updates coming through. So let's go ahead and head into the next sprint. Looks like we'll definitely, at this rate, we'll probably be able to get another sprint in after that because it's 12 to 1, 1 to 2, yeah. So, which will give me time to probably write this chapter. The next sprint, I will brainstorm the next chapter. So, all right. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another 60 minutes on the clock in 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Oh, I gotta add up my words. I thought I might finish the chapter. I've got a lot here. I mean, a lot for a chapter for me. My chapters are typically around 1,500 words. And I have 1197. So it's getting to the end of the chapter, but I don't think it's going to be I don't think the chapter's ending in like 300, 400 words. So it'll be close, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I know what's happening next. I think it's going to take a bit of space. But I was looking at whether or not I should go ahead and end this chapter soon. But I was like, no, I really want to get to this next scene. But maybe I don't need to finish the scene. Because they say, come into a chapter late and leave the chapter early. So I think I might work along that idea. Because it's going to end with, or at least what's coming up is something very active. What do you call that? Like right now they're walking through the tunnels underground. This is the moment that my main male character, he knows that he's seen a moment ahead where he can, what do you call that? Words. I'm like stuck in my story still. So he will trigger a booby trap in the tunnels in order to get himself free of this other order. So we're almost at that part. So triggering the booby trap, I think, is going to be the end. I won't go through. Originally, I knew where I was going to end. It wasn't going to be the end of that triggering and everything that happens with it, but it was going to be near the end. So I think I might end the chapter as soon as he triggers it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Left off with saying hello, and then Malve says, on my lunch break, that was an hour ago, finally got my access back, so got a few things done, nice, and also got to take a break. So, I just got here so late. Hi, everyone. Hi. You're just on time. I am going to do one more sprint, and it's an hour long today. My Magical Monday marathon sprints have always been an hour long, but this is the last Monday like this because summer schedule starts next week with my kiddo. So I'm changing up my schedule a little, but you're right on time. Today has been productive. Yay, I'm glad it was. I wish we could sprint all day. Haha. Yeah. I mean, I am a full-time writer, sort of. I mean, this is my job now. This is what I'm doing. But I also do like tons of other stuff that's part of my author platform. But I wish it was all day writing, every day, all day writing. I would much prefer that. But I do have lots of admin to do. Plus, if you're an indie author, or even as a traditionally published authors also have to promote themselves, but I kind of lack on the promoting myself part. So Malve says, work is finally progressing. Yay for little wins. Yes, yay for little wins. It's always good to celebrate those little things, so you can feel like you're getting something done, which you are. So, all right, got to the end of the comments. I'm trying to wait another few seconds here to see if anybody needs to catch up. I got it. Is there a word, or a pair of words, I guess in this case, that you guys have refined that when you write it, you always want to write it the wrong way, but the wrong way is a different word, but it's not the word you need? And you're like, oh, like it's a word I always have to pay attention to. Like in my head, I'm saying this word, and then I write the other word. And it happens to me so much that I have to like make sure I think about it. For me, it's the word tilted or tilt. I always want to write it as title or titled. So, and a totally different word and not the right context at all for that word. I don't know why I'll think tilt or tilted, and then I'll write titled. And it's like almost, I think it's every single time I write that word, I have to really seriously think about it. Like, okay, make sure I write the right word, and I'll still write the wrong word. I'm like telling myself, write the right word. I finish writing it and I look at it. I was like, that was not the right word. Really? And then I go change it. So I think it's one of those words that probably will never get through spelled the wrong way, because I'm always very hyper aware of that word, knowing that I've messed that up. Okay. Wait a few more seconds to see if anybody else is going to drop any more updates. I'm going to go ahead and go on. I want to finish this chapter. And I think I have enough brainstormed ideas that I'll be able to start the next chapter after that, probably. So for anyone who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, last sprint for this stream. 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I finished getting that chapter done, and then I started. I didn't finish up what I had brainstormed for this scene. I did ended before the scene is over, and I decided I was going to write the next chapter in Nira's point of view because that one's in Zane's point of view, and so that was going to change a little bit of what would be noticed, like of the stuff I brainstormed, like the things I thought that he would take note of, what he'd be doing. It's now going to be her and what she's doing, what she's taking note of. And so I did a little bit of brainstorming, and I was just getting into writing the next chapter. And altogether is 1,356 words. So I think I'm going to continue on, but I am going to end here with the stream so that I can, I think I'm going to go hang out with the fam just a little bit and then come back and continue. Before I'm in Dale's live stream tonight, I forget what he was doing. It looked interesting. What is he doing? So if you didn't know Dale L. Roberts, he's got 2 channels. One is his podcast channel. And Monday evenings, unless he's on a break, which he tends to take breaks occasionally, he does a live stream, How to Win Book Awards Without Wasting Money, Outstanding Creator Awards. That's what he's doing tonight. So what judges actually want, which I want to get into. Sorry. I forget that he does like a channel or a trailer for each of his live streams now. So I clicked on it so I wouldn't forget it. And I forgot that there was going to be a trailer playing. So you can see a little bit of what's going to happen. So I've been wanting to get into Book Award Pro. That's one of his sponsors, and they have a free plan. So the free plan, you would upload your book information, and the free plan, they don't, it's more of like you find the information, but it's all there. They collect everything there on their site. So you can go through all the different types of awards and contests and whatnot that are out there. So you can submit your book to all of them. And then the paid plans, depending on which level you have, depends on like how much the website does for you or the company. But I think at the lowest paid plan, you have one book, I think is what it is. They will search for contests and awards and things like that for your one book that you annotate. And you can change that from month to month. And it's a monthly subscription. And you don't have to pay like for a whole year. You can pay month to month. So you can pay for 1 month for one book to find all of the contests or awards or whatever to put your book in for. And it will do it. It will automatically do it. Whereas if you don't pay for it, it doesn't find it for you. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong because I have not used it. Maybe it does help you find some, but you have to submit your book yourself. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe it's a combination of those two things. I don't know. But I know like it's like kind of automatic if you pay for it. They automatically do it for one book. And if you pay for a higher plan, they automatically do it for X number of books. So I know I wanted to try the free plan just to see what it was all about, but I have not had time to do that. So I'm sure he's going to talk about Book Award Pro tonight with this live stream. So yeah, there's my day for you. And one person. Oh, hey, you're still going. I just got home from Memorial Day picnic. Well, I'm actually finishing up, but I hope you had fun. I'm not really into like celebrating holidays. It's just not really my thing. I did it. I think what is it? I told my husband, I only celebrate holidays because I had kids. So, and Julian doesn't really care about like Memorial Day. He's like, if it's his birthday, he loves it. If it's Christmas, he loves it. But he's not really into like some of these like lesser holidays. Even though Memorial Day is really, for us, right? Because I was in the military, my husband was in the military. So, and it's a celebration of the veterans. But it's just not something I really get into. I know he's cooking out. Oh, I wonder if he's already started. I'm hungry. So anyways, we are cooking out. I say we. He's cooking out. He's making some hot dogs. I like hot dogs. I prefer hot dogs. He got some burgers that have like cheese and bacon in them. And I'm like, yeah, that's all you. You go for it. And Julian doesn't like, he's very, very limited what he eats. And he eats hot dogs, but plain. He doesn't want anything on the hot dogs. So where I like all the fixings. What do you take on your hot dog? Because I say all the fixings. He puts like coleslaw and chili and all this other stuff on his hot dog. I could do chili, but not with coleslaw. But I prefer like just cheese and ketchup and mustard and relish. That to me is all. And onion would be great too if we have it. But Melvay says, getting stuff done. I like getting the behind the scenes for the process of writing. Just got an idea for a short story in my world. So fun. Yay. That's awesome. I love it when you get shiny new ideas. I love getting the new shiny ideas. I love it because I love getting ideas. But there's also the other side where like, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to write that idea. So I'm like, oh, man, but it's okay. I'll get as much written as I can, but yeah. Alrighty, well, let's end it there. For anyone who is celebrating the holidays, I hope you have a wonderful Memorial Day. For everybody else, I will be back tomorrow, and the rest of this week is the normal Tuesday through Thursday Pomodoro sprints, 45 minutes on, 5 minutes off, strictly timed. It is the last week of this setup as we are heading into summer schedule with the kiddo being home. And yeah, I think that will do it. Thank you everyone for coming, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye, y'all.